Oh, did Jimmy peak at 1980? Or 2018, rather? 2 cents off? What the fuck? I'm getting terrible at this. I should retire. Why is the fucking SPX going down? Michigan consumer was shit? That's on today's data. Ooh, fuck. That's rough. 5-year inflation expectations up. Near-term inflation expectations up to 3.5. Consumer confidence down to 67.4 from 77. Things are getting tough in Michigan. You're lucky you missed all the crazies this morning. Fucking morons from Superstock, you mean? I put it on subscriber only chat. WWE walkout song for when Gherk comes on stream. Instead of the music, John Cena, it should say Gherk. Thank you so much, Thor, muy bueno. Still no bear till sub 5215. Yeah. I'm gonna update everything and get the data up and running now, but that's like the fall off point for Delta for the day. Being down here is not particularly great though, because there's a huge number of calls at 25, 30, 35, and 40 that are decaying out of the money. Can Apple still push 185 today? Give me a second. I mean, the market's trending down, so Apple shouldn't really be a play. Remember, that's down market bad. Up market up, right? So up market plays when market up, down market plays when market down. If I can simplify that in any way for everyone, please let me know. You look so dapper this morning. Do I? I guess so. Enough with the logic. Sorry. Wow, I can't believe you made me full port GME at $20. Happy to help. Nope, nope, nope. Hold on, you've got it backwards, Diganoth. The stocks that I choose for a downtrending market means that the SPX price is going down. And the stocks that I choose for a trending market means the SPX is going up. Gherkin bought the top again. All right. You missed some fun SS members in here today. Nice. They have amazingly nice things to say about me. How, despite my abhorrence for the CEO of their company, I still provide quality data to people bag holding their stock for free. Nice. I'm glad that they still respect me. I still don't understand what you mean about your picks. What if things go sideways? Just play nothing. I hope they didn't poke you too many times at the allergist. Nice shirt. So I had to go to the allergist, and then I had a meeting with a lawyer, so. Even though I don't listen to you and am 10,000% underwater on my cover calls, I hope you have some theta on them. Why do you look fancy? Because I am, so I'm exuding it. Why would I wear a button-up shirt to the farrier? It's a dirty job. Are you semi-hard about Beyond Action this morning? I haven't even looked at it. What happened? Did it finally bounce off $7? Nice. Tips are getting close to each other. What did we test? Oh, we actually broke above the short calls briefly. Nice. No, I'm not suing my allergist. I had an appointment with an attorney. Only pores say lawyers. Well, he's a lawyer. I don't know if he's qualified to be an attorney. No, I don't see a naturopath doctor. Hold on. Only knights are qualified for attorneys. He met with the lawyer to make sure his contract with BlackRock is valid. Of course my contract with BlackRock is valid. Looks like Nvidia had a nice pre-market breakout and it's failing 900. If it fails 890, it can fall really hard, but not unless it fails 890. I guess they tried to squeeze out the short calls again. Brainerd said some ridiculous thing about needing to tax corporations more for the country's fiscal health. Completely un-American, yet true. So let me get this straight. Jamie had some red candles and the super stonkers left. I would have loved to have fought with them today. Ooh, we lost 52-12. That's a red candle. More like run out of town. I mean, you guys have, what do they think they're gonna do? Like come in here and convince you guys I'm wrong after you've all been here for 3 fucking years? And clearly you don't agree with them. Like what are they hoping to accomplish? They picked the wrong cult. It happens sometimes. Yeah, their cult sucks. Gloated our underwater CCs. That's where we sold them. That's what we do. That's how we roll. We sell our covered calls in the fucking money. The amount of hubris it takes to do that. Like, you know what? This stock is so fucking mispriced. I'm going to sell this covered call in the money. Those covered calls are for chads, not losers. We're talking about GME based on this morning's price action, not again for 6 months. Somehow that stock should be worth less than its cash on hand. It's currently valued at 100 and was it 70x forward earnings? I'm sorry, 750 as of yesterday's close. Even far out of the money options were overpriced because of the volatility. I sold $30 cover calls for next week and made 1K on them. Nice. Look, Gherk, it's a squeeze play. You wouldn't understand. If it's a squeeze play, why does it never squeeze? It's down 80% from its all-time high. I'm hoping that I can talk enough shit that they'll start cycling in and running their mouths. I'm in a good mood today. I wouldn't mind shitting on some super stonker's dumb thesis. Boom. Chat's open to the pores. How many of you are subscribed to the channel? Or how many of you are members of the channel, but not subscribed? I'll fall on my sword. I'm no longer subscribed, but was for years. Wow. You're a piece of shit, man. I can't believe you do me like that. After all the questions you've asked me. I don't subscribe to shills. Okay, that's valid. Some new chat members make me think you might be wrong this morning. That didn't age well. Gherk, there are people in here saying you're incorrect on GME. Don't scape the business well and not immensely ruggedly handsome. I got real scared and cried under my desk. Don't worry, they're morons. Hey Gherk, if Fubo loses the JV suit, what do you think would be a realistic prognosis? Do you think it would affect their profitability time frame? No, because they're already succeeding at boosting revenues in their subscriber base, paying the current paying the current fees, right? That these media conglomerates are demanding from them. So the only thing that could come out of that case is a net benefit. But I don't think them losing the case or the JV going live really changes anything. If anything, I think it'll force them to focus on the Latino market, which is where their focus should be anyway, because they have streaming rights for most of the major like soccer platforms, right? And they should be leaning into that instead of trying to get market share from fucking Fox and Disney. You heard the latest prognosis from Jay Rowland? Last I heard, he was in a country whose name he couldn't spell, dodging bombs. Can bulls turn SPX around? What does the bottom look like? It looks like a bearish day. And it looks like charm is going to just start decaying negatively, and we continue to slide. Why Russell Big Bear? I literally said it would do that last night. I said it would be the most bearish of the indexes if indexes failed. God damn it, Bob. Make NVIDIA lose 890, please. Risky short. It's a lot more bearish under 881. Should I cut my Apple? You shouldn't have bought it. The market was going down. See this? God damn it, Gene. I bought it when it was that climbing green part. Yeah, but then you sell it when it's not that anymore. The fuck is that? Is that the stream card? Oh, yeah. All right, we're going to go over this for everybody here. I think it's really important. So, there at the top where it says, remember that upmarket plays benefit from trending indexes and downmarket plays benefit from falling indexes. Now let's take a look at what that looks like. This is a trending index. This is a falling index. Or failing. So, Apple, woohoo here. Apple, big sad here. It's okay. I'll leave it up on screen for a minute so you can finish out your notes, Posty. I can't believe we're discussing this. Who did it? Only one person that's admitted to it, but plenty others. Showing us a trend on the 1 minute chart is criminal. Fine. Is that better? You want it on the 15? Apple kind of crapped the bed all day. Did it crap the bed at open? Yeah. Yeah, it did. I opened it was a rock star for 10 minutes. Nope, it looks like shit. Alright, so what did GoEV do this morning? Spiky chop. And then beyond. Ooh. That's spicy. No, GoEV doesn't want to go under 250 because everyone's selling massive amounts of short puts at that price. They have quite a good yield, actually. I don't really want to own shares of the company, but I mean, like 42 DTE 250s are yielding 58 cents. Which is like 23.2% yield. That's not bad for 40 days. Damn. Those went up. Hmm. We got out some May calls this morning. I should have sold all, but still have 3 to get rid of. Understandable. Alright, we got a little bounce here. Let's see how we're looking. Back to 52.14. So bulls are going to try to stabilize right around where Delta's... Delta's still pretty negative here, actually. Let's see. Delta went negative at the 52.20 strike. Pretty concentrated effort from bulls to push back up to 20. See a reason for them not to be successful. Got some pretty decent momentum. Yeah, this might be a good bounce confirmation. It could pull back 52.12 before moving higher. But I would probably watch VIX. See if VIX starts coming down because it could just it may just break out of the consolidation. Did you clip your thoughts on GME and tweet like? No? That sounds complex. I posted an @ here last night at like 4 in the morning for everybody in the GME channel. I gave everyone the Greeks on GME, and I told them that it looked like the upside range was about $20.18. So it was about 2 cents off of my upside price target. Big sad. People give me a pop-up today if I would agree to AI generate news articles in my feed. I assumed most were already on how bad they are. Bit of a pop and ball there. Pull back to 52.12. Maybe. I don't know if this is going to pull back or not. Looks like it should. And then a 20 test. Real average. Average down at like 6. Limit. I don't know. Should have seen everyone, including cult members, freaking out about DFB liking some tweet. Some things never change. Yeah. Do you see Jimmy holding these levels next week with the order flow for next week? Or back down to the dumpster? It'll take... So, I'll be honest, it's going to take probably a little while for the short put position to decay off. But a lot of the delta that's on the chain right now will fall off at the end of the day today. There's about, I would say about one third of the total delta on GME for the next like 3 big expirations is gonna fall off today, the end of the day today. If a lot, and I'm sure a lot of it's already fallen off here on profit taking. And then super suckers will be like, what profit taking? The profit taking from people who actually are trading the stock, not people bag holding it. Where's the majority of delta on SPX today? Above 52.20 for the positive delta is above 52.20. We see Upstart making any comeback, or did it top pretty much where you predicted? Holding 25, but perhaps covering is complete. So that's a possibility. Yesterday's high may lead to a pullback, right? We could, if we hold 25 into next week or into another uptrend in the market, there's a possibility that we move a little bit higher. Market makers today and Monday are going to try to get that price back under $23 so they don't have to hedge off the difference, right? So assume that the market maker is going to act as a net seller. That should drive prices down. We have some support at 25. If 25 holds up, then we might get some action Tuesday, Wednesday. There's still some room for it to break Gamma Max, but it looks like Vol's getting crushed pretty hard today. It took profits on GME by selling CCs at 10, Jan 25. Figure it'll go back to 10 within the next 6 months. I'm sure quarter 2 earnings are going to be rough, especially with consumer spending, consumer credit way down. That's gonna be hard for them, and they underperformed during the holiday season too. So I'd imagine quarter 2 is gonna be really really shitty. Have you posted GM on Upstart recently? Last night. Yeah, last night posted it in the Upstart channel for everyone. Sorry if you addressed already. Beyond spoke in the morning. Bullish, spiked in the morning. Bullish or not good? It looked pretty bullish. Yeah. I mean, the neutrals on Beyond are still concentrating towards spot. They're dropping pretty rapidly towards spot too, so we're getting a lot of put selling at the current price. And if that put selling is still advantageous, which I'd imagine the yields are really good, given how fast the neutrals are dropping. That's going to pull the market maker's hedge closer to spot, which means that the flip point of their hedge is going to keep getting closer to the at the money price. And if it gets to the at the money price, you get an effect like we got with BBBY, right? Where there's so much put selling that it drags it below spot, and then the market maker has to hedge all that positive delta that they're trying to avoid hedging. If we look at puts, I mean today's are garbage, but like $7 put for 7 days is 73 cents. So almost like a slightly higher than 10% yield on the at the money CSP for next week. Even if you go like in the money, so you go like 30 days, 35 days out, you're looking at like a 14-15% yield. So those are pretty attractive. Even the out of the money puts are pretty nice, right? Like 50 cents on the $6, 9% for a dollar out of the money, like 12% out of the money. That's gonna attract a lot of option sellers. And that's what happened on GME too, right? We got a huge upswing in put selling. And that upswing in put selling pulled Gamma Max and Gamma Neutral below spot because it skewed the call interest, right? And that's why the Greeks are kind of wrong, right? Because that flip and skew pulled the neutrals down so hard. And whoever did that, whoever sold those, it was definitely like an institution, like Rentec or something. They sold a fuck ton of puts on GME. And as those fall off, right, then more and more short calls will be sold, vol will crush, and the market maker will start pushing price down again. All right, now I want to stop. Right there, 530, 550, 550, sell to who wants 10%? That's not screenshot worthy. I mean, if you make 10% every 7 fucking days, it'll be screenshot worthy really quick. Is Gary V dead? Stop asking me that every day. I need a 100x play to get me where I'm going. What you got for me? Fuck all. Is GoEV alive? They're currently listed and not out of business. Is GoEV a buy? That's questionable. It's very risky. It might have some potential, but high risk. I don't really want to own shares of it. Is GoEV a short? It hasn't dropped below 250 yet. Get your thoughts on BLNK. It's an EV charging company. Had solid earnings yesterday. Oh god. That industry sucks. Of course it's a fucking $2 stock with a fucking market cap of 300 million. Well, they don't make money, which is a negative. But they're not accumulating too much debt, which is pretty good in that sector. Cash flows are negative. Revenues are slightly declining. They peaked in like Q3, Q4, and that doesn't seem to be a seasonal effect. No profits. Operating income's falling, so maybe they're trimming some fat. That might be interesting. Net income slightly improving. Operating expenses are, yeah, moderating down a bit. They kind of, let's see. Margins are terrible, of course. Debt to assets not bad. I mean, they don't have a ton of debt. I don't really know that much about them as far as what they're trying to do, but they look like they could maybe survive. Yeah, no problem. I don't know if I'm I don't know if I'd be bullish just because they could survive, but is this the last day of T5, T6? Yeah. This is the final day. Yeah, ETFs don't settle out the same way market makers do. So this morning would have been the last of it. Our tips closer to touching than yesterday on Beyond. Ooh, we failed the inverse head and shoulders. Gross. Hmm. Hold on. So we're trying to turn it around here a little bit. Doesn't look very strong. This call's still being pretty heavily sold. Just a stop loss hunt, or is this gonna fail? All right. Beyond's moving to test VWAP again. Tips closer to touching yesterday on Beyond. Yes. Yes, they are. They're pushing back a little bit against it, but they're much, much closer. There we go. That's on the 4 hour. On the 1 hour, I'm sure they've already crossed. Oh, no, they haven't. Interesting. Pushing back pretty hard. Might not do them any good, though, given that it's starting to revert. Gap fill at the 450. Looks like the 5220 calls being bought. Delta. Yeah, Delta's still picking up. Not dead yet. When EPAM calls. I didn't write up EPAM. I'll probably wait a little bit for the bearishness to shake off. I need to be on to rip so I don't feel like an idiot all weekend. Remember that Beyond's forced covering for Reg Show isn't till next week, and Reg Show supersedes all the other mechanics. It's far more important than ETF FTDs or underlying FTDs or any of that. It also defers near-term obligations by 13 days. So when the rest of the memes are all ripping, right? Shit on Reg Show is all pushed out 13 days. What's the likelihood of losing 5,200 today? Pretty small. Pretty small. So Beyond's force covering, isn't CSP basically free money? No, nothing in the market is free money. There's some risk involved, but that risk might be slightly mitigated by forced covering. Next Wednesday is the third. Yeah, next Wednesday is the 13th day on Reg Show, provided it stays on Reg Show until next Wednesday. What's the likelihood of actually falling in response to a hot CPI print? I think depending on how hot it is, it would be pretty bearish, right? I mean, the bond market's not really in agreement with this run anyway. Yields are staying pretty elevated. Dollars staying pretty elevated. Financial conditions aren't loosening nearly as much as they did back in like November, December, right? When things started to reverse. So this is, I mean, from a leverage standpoint, substantially weaker than our prior runs. And you know, if inflation expectations increase as they did this morning a bit, with the Michigan report, just imagine, you know, CPI is far more impactful than a random survey of whatever N number the fucking University of Michigan's chosen for their survey, right? Next week's CBI PBI is likely to be cool. The next month, hot because of healthcare. Not likely to be cool, but there's a chance it could be cooler It'll probably still be elevated, zero point 0.2, zero point 0.3 month over month. It's just not likely to be like 0.4 or 5. Although the Fed and the GDP report have both indicated that input costs are rising, so it could be that CPI is kind of flat, but PPI is hotter. And that I would buy. I would buy that costs are being pushed onto corporations at a pretty high rate right now. And you know their lowered guidance that we've been seeing quite a lot of so far and during this earnings season is a big indication of that. Now, the efficiency at which those companies price forward that inflation onto the consumer is going to affect CPI and core CPI. You're hot. Yeah, I know. So we just stand here all day? Seems stuck? No, I said we're probably gonna bounce around 52.12 and then possibly test 52.20, which is still $3 away. Potentially, we could even go higher. But above 52.20, this reversal gets a lot more bullish. More specifically, I guess I could really narrow in on the price there. Um, like this is still kind of risky and could fail, but a break of 52.21 would be quite bullish. We could see 25, maybe even 30 at that point. So in other words, Dega was wrong. I don't know what that means. When Crash Kari? I don't know when he's speaking. He was more moderate last time. Looks like he's speaking at 2:15. Him and Goolsby. That should be an interesting tete-a-tete. Kashkari already spoke today. He said Fed is interested in AI because it contributes to productivity. What a dipshit. A strong U.S. tech sector underpins why the U.S. has the world's reserve currency. The U.S. has long-term housing supply challenge. No, we don't. Higher rates will lead to less housing supply in the short term. That's true. However, the government could subsidize housing instead of being a bunch of cunts. It's... I think my favorite thing now in AI, after prompt engineers, right, was all of the useless consultants that are piling into becoming AI ethicists and ensuring that corporations are handling their AI rollout in an ethical manner. Now, whatever you may think of AI, you don't need to worry about the ethics of rolling out a fucking chatbot. Anyway, I'm going to apply for some of those positions, see if I can do them from home. Pick up an extra 350K a year. It'd be nice. I mean, it's what, free money. What if I don't ever think about AI? I don't think you need to. It's AI ethics. What's there to think about? AI experts of every stripe will be with us like homeopaths forever in the background. Dump into close today. Mm, we'll see. Let's see what happens with this breakout first. It's still very early. A degree in philosophy, particularly with a focus on ethics, is highly relevant for AI ethics specialists. Finally, people with philosophy degrees have a career path. I'm going to make an ethical AI chatbot. Any question you will ask it, it will just say, I don't know, in different ways. That's already what ChatGPT does. I have a degree in philosophy, and you're from New Jersey. Perfect fit. GME started to drop precipitously, but I'm guessing it's not too late to sell covered calls. I don't know what IV's done. It would have been better to sell them near the peak, always. But I guess there's still a potential it could run a bit, maybe. Bears are selling the 5220. I don't like that. That's not what I signed up for when I bought these calls. I signed up for bull buyers. A little bit of delta falling off, so some profit taking from the bottom of the run, but not too much. Maybe we fill the gap. That would be reasonable, and I think still within trends. Boop. Nope. Boop. There we go. Oh, fuck off. $52.22 would be the reversal. Yeah. Well, unlike the 5-minute. 52.23.70. That's still like another $6, $7. Surprised Barrick didn't perform better today. Gold was up a shitload last night. It still is up a shitload. Drifted at view up, but pretty stable. Looks bullish just about. It's getting there. It's very, I mean, this is technically a risky entry to go long, but I think bulls will try to push it because they got a lot of stranded out of the money calls. I mean, GoEV 250 pending buy orders ever going to fill? Possibly not. There's so much interest in that strike that there's a good chance that it won't actually drop that low. Maybe at like market open or something. Been in meetings, upstart covering done or more to go. Thank you. We may get some T+2 action going into next week. If it can hold 25. I think if it loses 25, things could get pretty bad though. GME getting some volume. What, like over the entire period or right now? Because right now volume's garbage. Jim Simon's gone. Can this get any worse? Oh no. How's NVIDIA looking? Flat, like choppy, like kind of like I expected. 881. 881's the failure that's important on NVIDIA. The rest of them don't matter so much. And then it's probably not worth playing the up and downside moves on it. It looks like most of its upside price action happened in the pre-market, and they tried to squeeze out the short calls at 900. That failed, right? That means it's probably going to just bounce between 890 and 900 all fucking day. They might push to try to squeeze the calls out again, but they might not. And even if they do, it doesn't mean they'll be successful. There's quite a lot of calls and 900 on it. It's a big old fucking call wall. Looks like it tested it like 50 times earlier and then failed. So probably more testing it. Abbleworth playing a bull pump here. Tons of delta on the chain. Plenty of gamma. If it gets a reversal, which it hasn't, but if it gets a reversal, it could be. Same for Google above 170. Tesla's a piece of shit. AMD doesn't look so hot. Hey! Nice. Fuck yeah. That's what I wanted to happen, too. I wonder if I should have bought puts yesterday. Nah. I'll wait for 110. I'll be a patient, safe boy. Microsoft's doing okay today. Ooh, Humana's now up $2. Did anybody get in on Humana? Oh, you look nice. Thanks, Carl. As always. Exactly. Are GoEV earnings next week going to pump the stock to $10? Probably not. How's Brazil doing? PBR looks like it might pull back. I don't care what it does. If PBR goes back to $11, I'll buy more. As long as they keep paying me my fat dividends, I don't care what price the stock is, honestly. And PBR is probably only pulling back a little bit today because oil's falling. I don't think it's breaking the trend. Remember, it's exposed to commodity prices. What's a GoEV time frame? I don't know. There's a lot of similarities to Upstart in going on and off reg show, so there's a possibility that it could take some number of months. I've been buying Jan 2026 leap calls at 4 and 7. Probably going to just keep DCAing into those for now. I have some short dated stuff, but that was mostly because it was on reg show and then it fell off. So not a lot of hope for those, but we'll see where it goes. But yeah, I think it could take I think it could take a little while. I mean, from the point at which we identified similar levels of fail to volume on Upstart, it took roughly 6 months before it squeezed out. GoEV might be a little different in that the company is not nearly as successful as Upstart, but it's also reg show was triggered by a reverse split, which means that synthetic liquidity may be in excess, like synthetic short positions may be in excess of the now available float post reverse split. But I would assume that some some amount of continued guidance from the company indicating positive revenue for 2024 and probably a few more stints on Reg Show before we see anything huge. It is, however, very illiquid right now, and it looks like it's just getting more so. I don't know if there's much more liquidity. It does seem to have a problem getting below $2.50. Bulls are kind of stacking some out of the money positioning here, but we'll see. Not my favorite continuation, especially off of the downside move. Greek's naked below the waist, of course. GoEV upstart shorts just as sophisticated. I mean, you should assume that they know what they're doing. What about the potential exercise warrants? Warrants put more pressure on the shorts. Yeah, I think warrants probably relieve pressure on the shorts. However, there are insider buys, which were notably large recently from the director of the company, who now owns like 19.6%, both directly and indirectly, which is quite the vote of confidence from a CEO. I know they have like $2 billion in future revenue streams locked in. I think the question is really if they can produce the goods required to get that revenue. And if they can, I mean, they should be repriced much higher. Is it pretty similar to Upstart? Saw a timeline similar to Upstart, 6 months from identification to fruition. I mean, there's stuff that like me and Doric have looked into, where we've identified some similar stuff. Riley was in a similar situation for quite some time. Um, that only recently broke out. Might break out again with earnings. I don't think it's been put back on Reg Show though. Beyond's been very consistent in its Reg Show runs for the last about year and a half. Are you optimistic at all for next week's GoEV earnings? I mean, not particularly. I don't have any high hopes or anything like that. But I mean, I feel like if the company just reiterates their guidance for positive revenues in 2024 and possibly speaks on revenues for 2025, that should be more than sufficient. If this doesn't break, it's starting to look like an ascending wedge. It is an ascending wedge, but it's also an ascending wedge off of a failure. Ascending wedges are continuation patterns, so they tend to be a lot more bullish when they're off of an uptrend, not a downtrend. So I think the chance that this fails is decently high. Bulls are struggling here. Bears are selling the 20 call and the 15 call pretty actively. And Bulls have been so far unable to get Delta positive, although Delta does now go positive at like 52.19, so it's a bit closer to the money. Some of that's from short put selling. No problem. What's Kitty Cat doing? It broke out above the like inverse head and shoulders. Might look good for next week, next 2 weeks. I actually wanted to pick up a position on that today. Yeah, I guess now could be the time. Yeah, I like that. Fucking cat spreads are always the worst. Oh, that's why. Hold on. That's not what I want. 15. There we go. Cool. Bulls are gonna have to catch a knife here again. I think we fill that gap. And then we'll see what happens. I want to stop under that. 340. Actually, 320. Thanks for your time, Greg. Clearly, you don't have to do this. You're a real one. No cap. For real, on Goss. Is that on Ryan Gosling? I want to learn more about that religion. Isn't GoEV all hype anyway? So down with garbage earnings and up with hype guidance? Ideally. Although the last 2 quarters they actually turned a little bit of revenue. Cat option, same like picking up pennies in front of a steamroller. I'll be here all year. It's like driving a steamroller over pennies. How's Upstart looking? Covering push back a few days. It looks like we kind of topped out yesterday, and it's pulling back a little bit today. It could still see some T+2 price action. I remember on the last Upstart run earlier this year, we ran into a similar scenario where we pulled back after the local peak, and then we actually got like a really good run following that, and that was back in March, right? Right here, a very similar setup to where we're at now. Both liquidity wise, right? We got the turnaround in liquidity, and you know, the technical formation. So this is what I'd be looking for into next week, especially if indexes stay somewhat bullish into the CPI PPI prints. I do think holding 25 is kind of important. All right, we filled the gap. Let's see if bulls can catch the knife again. GME's flats. Beyond starting to push back up to VWAP again. What's Go EV doing? Still just chopping at 250. Alright. Guess we'll look at like QQQ over here. I'm surprised Beyond's doing anything today with IWM down so hard. Oof. Hard beef. Nice buy order on IWM though. That could be kind of bullish for breadth. How's RSP looking today? 11 BPS up. ES is up 1. Dow's overperforming everything. Yeah, I mean, it looks like futures looks a lot more bullish than SPX does right now. Although futures does have a little bit of downside range before it completes its inverse head and shoulders on the reversal. Like, it could test 52.37.25 or retests before moving up. But generally, on a breakdown this sharp, you would expect this reversal to retest the trend before failing further or breaking out. Either way, you would expect a retest of that trend. So that's kind of what I'm playing here. Let's see if it works out. Sorry, can you please change the screen? I already did. Just as predicted, Fridays are for no one. There's definitely a decent chunk of the interest right now that is concerned with getting realized volatility down below implied volatility, which we just got today. Today's the first day that we really saw RV30 slide below IV30, and it's still pretty much neck and neck. I think as of right now, RV30 is at 12.2%. IV's at 12.8. Now, once that arbitrage is resolved, let's see what happens. Things could get kind of interesting there, though. Yeah. So SPX staying right where it is for the rest of the day, plus minus 30 cents. 30 BPS or 30 cents? Because I would say, based on positioning, we could still see like a 25 or 30 test. And a 5200 test on a failure. Like, if we fail 5210, we could see 5200 pretty easily. If we break above 5220, I would say 25 or 30. BPS. Okay. Yeah, maybe on the BPS side. Let's see what's spot at. Maybe like 52.31. Yeah, I would agree with that. Tesla, what a piece of shit. That's all. Thanks. You're the man. What about this? Chop between 51.15, 51.20. That would just be even better for what crypto's asking about. Logical downside strike to pick up if this breaks down. The in the money put at but in the money. There's a lot of support at 52.10. It'll be hard to break down below that. If we do, it could keep moving, but you definitely don't want to be out of the money on a like hard reversal at that level. Alright, this is the big bull push, so I'm gonna fucking move my stops up and see what happens with this. Full port 5000 P0 DTE. That's not gonna work out well for you. Bull market's back if we break all-time high. We're still in a bull market. We just had a correction. We're just like the all-time high is the confirmation of a reversal. So breaking the all-time high would just tell us that the correction is over. From a technical standpoint, at least. Come on, bulls. You can do it. Don't leave that gap behind for nothing. There you go. Positive delta achieved. Great. I love how the fucking call's not going up in price because it's being sold. There we go. Now we gotta squeeze out the short calls up to $6. Hmm. Ah, they fucked it up. That was okay though. That was the fill. Eh, shitty. Hmm. Looks like Jimmy volume came early. 12:45, 12:50. Hmm. What, this? That wasn't that much volume. We're just shy of Delta being positive after the fail. So this could dump and fill the gap, which would be a failed breakout of the wedge. Because we never got the reversal, which is still up here. Or bulls could run with it. We'll see. This could kind of go either way. I should probably have a pretty tight stop. So, two, stop, 350. Yeah, that seems reasonable. Maybe 340. CPI and PPI aren't until Tuesday, Wednesday. So yeah, I mean, I think bulls are going to try to at least hold 5,200 through the weekend. At a minimum, they need to hold that. I think ideally they would try to hold 5,225, which is the next kind of major level, and gives them a little bit of padding on the 5,200 in case data is bad. However, they're still very overextended on short vol. GoEV, huge ripping. I don't think that's true. bounced back above VWAP. But 3 cents is not huge ripping. Hmm. A stop buy on this. Lower high is kind of weak. Vol's turning up a tiny, tiny bit. Do you think BNED's going back to 20 cents? Maybe. I sold like 25% of my shares for 40% profits. That was cool. It was an interesting little bounce if you got in at the bottom. There may still be people that are interested in picking up shares in order to have access to the son of a bitch. All right, we're getting the breakout. We're just getting stop loss hunted. I'm still down 30%. I've been in BNED for a while, so I've been through like the $1 and $2 runs already. $0.70 hit there. I don't think I'm gonna set a stop on this one. Nah. Bears are starting to sell the call a little bit more heavily. Well, the 20 and the 25 call. It's 3 whole cents. You could almost buy a nickel with that. What the fuck, dude? What's the cat system these super snackers keep going on about? Consolidated audit trail? They haven't even figured out CNS yet. I wouldn't worry about them complaining about the cat system. You mentioned there's a sweet spot on a stock float for reg show runs. BNEF had 180 reverse split, has a million float. Too small? When did it reverse split? And is it on reg show? Some big questions that need to be asked. Yes, on Reg Show for a few days. I'll take a look at it. Does it have options? Or no options? Don't have that. It's been on Reg Show for 10 days. No options? Probably not worth it. Bonterra Energy Corp. Oh, Beneficent. Big volume spike on last Friday. Looks interesting. 3 days till forced covering. I think what might be even more interesting is yeah, so it went on Reg Show on the 26th. Huh. $31 million shares traded on a 1 million float on Friday the 3rd. Yeah, it looks kind of interesting. It was put on Reg Show while it was being pretty aggressively shorted. And it's currently about 200% or 100% higher, 150% higher than it was at the bottom of that short. So there's a lot of fucking underwater short positions here. Interesting. Yeah, it might run again. There was some covering on the 8th before it reverse split. So maybe some prior warning of the split. I don't know how they did it. BENF. We were so wrong. We were so wrong about GME. I may never financially recover from this oversight. Unrelated, do you think the coming collapse of the hardware side of Xbox is net positive for GME, or it's okay, man? They started selling DVDs for all the people with DVD players. Do you know if PGY is considered a basket stock? I've been following it. I wouldn't mind some stock profit insight. Sounds familiar. Looks like it. They reverse split recently too, I think. Or did they forward split? Hold on. No, reverse split. It's got a little bit of a rounded bottom breakout if you're into those. Their revenues are up. That might be good for them. All right, we filled the gap, but let's keep going down because that's what cool people do. I'm saying that with a premium offered on GoEV CSPs for 515 at the 250 strike, I basically have a worst case scenario of getting assigned at the price the CEO just picked up 4.4 million shares. Yeah, the yields on them are pretty good. That's one of the reasons the neutrals are contracting so quickly. Same for BYND. GameStop also started to buy sell PSA graded Pokemon cards. Why does Ryan Cohen love jumping onto hype trains after they've crashed or derailed? RC should hire game nerds to make GameStop shopping experience delightful. Yeah, there's nothing better than the putrid smell of unwashed neckbeard as part of your retail experience. RC sounds like he's part of the pickle jar. Don't full port, but maybe 5% port. I mean, I would do your research on GoEV. It's a very risky proposal as a long-term buy and holds. For me, I mean, I'm probably not even gonna put 10,000 towards it, if that, which might seem like a lot, but as a percentage, it's nominal. I did do something this morning related to GME chat brigading. You missed it. Can we get them for brigading? I can't. Is that the thing that you're asking me about? The AI song? I can't play that. I've agreed to not host any artificially created content. But I can share it in the Discord. You'll let a HELOC into GoEV. Genius. Fortunately, HELOCs on Columbia tents aren't that much money. I just sold 1,000 0.5 GoEV CSPs for 1/2026. Paper, but still, suck it. I'll listen to it. If we could keep breaking down here, that'd be really cool. Man, bulls suck. Why do they suck so bad? We need more Jacksons. Who's Jackson? He's Jackson of Jackson's Hole. What level do we have to hold for charm to stay positive into end of day? 5,200. I mean, technically it's a little negative here, but the majority of positive charm is at 5,200. Apple inverse head and shoulders. The market's trending down. Stop trying to be bullish on the uptrend stock. No. What part of this looks like an inverse head and shoulders to you? No. This is super fucking bearish. This is a descending wedge, which is a downside continuation pattern. It doesn't look good. Actually, I'm now a little bit worried that if we fall further, I might have to close my bull puts at 180 sooner. Apple was good this week, though. I enjoyed yesterday's play. If I turn my laptop upside down, you look like a reverse head and shoulders. That's correct. Ah, damn it. Ooh. Still like the cat entry here. Probability of breaking 5200 goes up a bunch if we break 5210. Which could happen. I'd like to catch a small bounce and then pick up a debit spread. 5215 maybe? Yes. Man, I wish I had someone who could have told me the top of GME upside was around 2018, so I didn't full port into these 0 DTEs at 2010. That was me. I did that. You're welcome. Should I be putting my life savings into Beyond Calls? Savings are currently 1 week's salary. What do you think? Jesus, they're making another Jurassic World movie. Talk about beating a dead dinosaur. But does it have Chris Pratt? I'm sure you've been asked this 1,000 times already, but why is GME running? Short vol pulled back. The usual reason. A little bit more aggressive options interest this time. It seemed that there was some institutional involvement, at least on the short put side. Those flows were well in excess of anything retail came up with. No? Maybe it'll be good then. Are bulls shitting the bed because they're scared of the impending solar storm tonight? No, they're shitting the bed because liquidity's terrible. And they have no short calls to effectively squeeze off. They've spent all of their money shorting vol, getting the price to where it is, and keeping it here. because they're fighting the bond market really, really fucking hard. And so they have no money to push gamma up out of the money, which is causing them to repeatedly fail to drive prices higher, or at least substantially higher. Now, is the river running dry? Leverage is getting kind of maxed out, but I mean, it's also been loosening a little bit, so that helps it. Are there any bulls in that China shop? I've heard not to let them in. Are you talking about Chinese macroeconomics? Anthropomorphized monkey. Gaff. That wasn't the bounce I wanted. That was too small. And not bullish enough. Futures has almost failed the reverse head and shoulders. Reverse head and shoulders. Yeah, I think if futures loses 52.37.50, we'll probably get that retest at the 52.33.50 level. Which I believe. Let me check because my chart reset, so I don't know what our levels are anymore. I believe that was the, yeah, that's the support for the uptrend there. That opens up the range down to 52.20. Yeah, that's not very impressive. Although 52.20 could give way to 5200 test, which would be significantly more impressive. Can we just watch futures instead of SPX? Yeah, I guess I could do that. Poor Apple. Just sucks. $5,200 ES or SPX ES, which is lower. That would be like 51.75 SPX. Apple back to the 150s. It should be like $80. This is ridiculous. Chinese military, our mighty Navy forced the U.S. Navy warship to turn around. U.S. Navy, we're just making a quick stop in Thailand for reasons. We'll be right back. At the money put is ideal here. 5,200 is too far out of the money and would be crushed on reversal. Yes, that is correct. Although, again, I still think a better entry for continuation of a breakdown would be on a confirmation of a breakdown of the reversal, which still hasn't happened yet. However, we are kind of close. What the actual fuck? Mm. Oh, great. They just immediately canceled my order. Thanks, Ken. This is bullshit. Hey, I got one to stick. And they canceled it. I feel like I'm being cheated right now. Very interesting indeed. Haha! Boom. It's not cheating, it's market making, and it's classy. You know what the real shaft they give to the poor is? You can't just sell the fucking put naked and then buy the other put whenever you want. Fucking elitism, right? That's some bullshit. You should be able to sell naked puts on the SPX with a margin account. And then you don't have to use this stupid complex order book where the market maker gets to hand select how hard they fuck you. Let's be real, we'd get greedy and end up in generational debt within minutes. That's half the fun. Flavor Flav pledged money supporting the U.S. women's water polo Olympic team with some of their travel expense to the games. That's an odd pairing if I've ever seen one. Water polo is intense. Have you ever played? It's like 45 minutes of someone trying to drown you. No one's gonna answer you, Sahib. Yes, my legs were huge. Competitive waterboarding. Water polo is fun until some dude grabs your nuts. Yeah, it's a lot of aggressive touching of the genitals in water polo. It's more of a turny button thing, like your shower. So how hard they fuck you is somewhere between light struggles and bankruptcy, but no one knows until the button is pushed. True. Directional moves looking less and less likely for today. No, I think we're breaking down pretty nicely, actually. We're getting a slow dissolving of the bullish positioning. Very slow, but charm favors the downside right now, so that's nice. A little bit. BJJ, if you're into fully grown men strangling you. Yeah. With their taint. Oh my. It's a manly sport. Have you guys ever done co-ed BJJ? That's a test of willpower. No, not co-ed BJ, AJ. Co-ed BJs are the most common type, I think. Depends on the definition of common. They're talking about outside of marriages, Gaff. Among the free. We, water polo, played the football team once. It was pretty sad. Most people can't swim well and have terrible cardio, even if they play sports. BJ's is okay. Their food isn't all that. Oh, thanks for clarifying. I was confused. Yeah, I understand. I was in when I used to take BJJ. It's been a long time, but it was a like two of our classes every week were co-ed, and it was an interesting experience. Give me 1 second. I got a phone call. You nailed the top on SVX. What's the bottom? Well, we keep getting decay from this point, and we're below 5,200. So that's kind of cool. Although some of those calls out of the money are going to close as well, right? Brazilian Jiu Jitsu? Beyond is stuck. If you could give it some words of encouragement. No. No, I got nothing. No, we're not below 5,200, below 5,220. We get more negative charm if we go below 5,200. We have some negative charm right now. The gentle art of folding clothes while people are still in them. I've been told I have negative charm as well. I hope that's a good thing. We said 5200, and all of us went to look to see if we were on the live stream or a recording of yesterday. The bottom is truly, in fact, 0, Gaff. Maybe Cohen's goal with GME is to get ahead of 2000's like retro wave. Like we got done with 80s, and then we just got through like the big 90s retro fad. So he just needs the early 2000s retro fad to kick up. Boom, GME successful. It finds its bubble. Zero bottom, same like Chinese macroeconomics. Gaff, Ray Dalio said to go long China. Are you saying Ray Dalio is wrong? Is Biden greater than Ray Dalio? Holy shit. If you were an avocado, how ripe would you be? Like semi-firm. Bidet question here. Do you still pat your bottom dry with TP after? No, my bidet has a blow dryer built into it. I wouldn't dare besmirch the name of Ray Bridge over Troubled Water Dalio. How long does that actually take to dry? A couple seconds. It's pretty intense. 2000s retro, so he'll crash the internet companies and the housing market. It's not the fanciest one. They have fancier ones. Do you get carried to appointments in one of those mobile Roman style thrones atop the shoulders of 4 New York bodybuilders? No, although that does sound like an awesome means of travel. And if I were a billionaire, I would consider it. The first time, yeah, salty shawarma. But I've gotten used to it. If people don't have a bidet, they shouldn't really be spending money on options. Thoughts? I kind of agree. I mean, imagine spending, $500-$600 on a SPX option, right? And then right as you're about to exit, your butthole itches. You go to take care of that, SPX downticks. You've just lost the price of a bidet in a second. As a fellow allergy sufferer, what's your choice of HEPA filter you find that works well? I have these like air purifiers from hospitals. They're kind of ugly, and they definitely don't fit with my serial killer decor, but they work really well. I don't know what the filter type is. It's like 13 something. I could look it up on my orders. It uses H14 HEPA filters. So here, I'll just give you the link for them where I bought. I didn't buy them on Amazon. Is the gamma flip still moving lower? I have no idea. Where would gamma flip be? Uh, it's at like 5170-ish. Zero DTE probably around like 5180, 5182. Gherk strictly uses the New York City public rickshaw system to get around the city. That's a thing. The Health Pro's 11% off. Ooh, nice. They're really, really fucking good. Air purifiers. Like, they're awesome. If I just kept my windows closed all the time, I probably wouldn't have any issues with allergies. Downside canceled? Why? I don't think so. chopping a bit, but just get 10 cats to build immunity. Hmm. I feel like that might have the opposite effect. Have you ever considered it's a tolerance-built immunity with pollens? I mean, it is, but I think most of that's kind of, or at least recent studies have shown most of that is kind of in the early part of your life, which you don't have a lot of control over your pollen exposure as a child. But people that grow up in like cities or more sterile environments tend to have worse allergies as adults. You have the Atom desk or the larger ones? I have the big ones, the gas ones. Like it's like multi-gas or something. I have two of those. I did want to get one of the littler ones for my bedroom, but I don't know if it's as good. Open the porn in an incognito window. What do? But I don't know. Also, the most cost-effective way of getting the authentic New York tourist experience of extremely loud music, a lot of horns being honked, price gouging, and ending up at the wrong destination behind schedule. Yeah. Finish? Duh. 2 p.m. still a thing for these GM runs? What are you talking about? 2 p.m. was never a thing. Are you talking about 1269? That's over. GME runs? You mean Cenas or 1269? I think one of them's due to a London close, and the other one's because of Cenas netting before the end of the day. But that's 3:10 about. The official time is about 3:10 p.m. No one's ever gotten margin called to 2 o'clock. It's stupid. Get it right. About. I said about. You fucker. Is GME done now? Probably. Gotta wait till Tuesday to be sure, but probably. God, it love me a good chat about our Lord and Savior CNS. Wait till the GME people find out the more volume traded, the more of the obligations that are netted off. So high volume, good for shorts. Low volume upside, very scary. If you're wondering why GME traded its float in 3 days, it's because shorts were getting out. Shorts are getting out in an environment full of ample liquidity that DRS does nothing to. No, I would say it was done for more than a week. On the 3rd, I said it looked super bullish. Then yesterday, day before yesterday, I said wait until after T plus 6, which ended today. I'll believe you when you take your shirt off. I have evidence and receipts. Video evidence. Both of me with my shirt off and of the things I said. Yesterday you said peener wiener peener. That was between me and you, and also you're in direct violation of our NDA. Oh, and last night I said that the run would probably top out around 2018. I was 2 cents off, which confirms my role as the official GME shill. Sue me. We don't have to be so litigious right off the bat. Jesus. It's so fucking great. Shorts out on liquidity, then fully control because DRS ensures retail illiquidity. Kenny's a goddamn genius for spinning that one up. Not only are they out, but they have total control over high yield calls. They make a killing. It's beautiful. As someone who prefers to help Kenny bring volatility back under control in order to ensure that we have stable, rational, and liquid markets, I fully support his decision to do that. No one cares about the fucking consolidated audit trail at all. There's barely any fails on GameStop. It's not because of T plus 1. It's not because of the consolidated audit trail. It's because ETF FTDs came due and short vol pulled off the stock. That's it. It's not special. It's the same shit that always happens. There was a bit more options interest than normal, which means it ran a little harder than it usually does. But that's it. How many fails are there on Beyond? I haven't really looked. Well, I didn't look at the last update. Hold on, let me check. So during most of the, let's see, that goes through 412. Is that our last update? No, that can't be right. Ah, this is our last update. Hmm. That was sent on 5/2. Okay. So it looks like the period leading up to inclusion, the fail to volume ratio was roughly, let's see, between 23 and 0%. And the last reg show period, the fail to volume ratio stayed around 20%, which was between like 2 million and 187,000 fails per day, depending on how much volume traded, which is usually about 1 million. So most days about 200,000. Yeah, I know Beyond's still on reg show. During that same period, GME's fail to volume ratio was roughly around 1%. So that should tell you most of what you need to know. With the peak fail to volume ratio on GME hitting 4.25%. And the peak fail to volume ratio on Beyond hitting 54.23%. Who's buying this? Goddamn motherfucker. Just gonna fail. That's not up to date, is it? Are you able to run fail to volume ratios on any stock? Up until the SEC stops reporting them. Here's the secret. Cetus doesn't care about cat because it doesn't need to. As long as Cetus is around and volume is balanced along the ticker, everything is just moving as it should. Nice. Gherkin, I got cat May 30, 360, May 24C. Planning to hold until Tuesday, Wednesday. If they go in the money, would you hold longer? Since I'll lose a bit to weekend theta. Thanks for your knowledge and tutelage. I think the run could extend further up if we break 60. 60, 65 is a pretty important level. What did Jeff say? So the cycles of Jimmy are back? I mean, they've never gone anywhere. They've just sucked. That's all. They're just not as good as they used to be. It's not that they're less predictable. They are because XRT wasn't on Reg Show, and that makes it a little like harder to read how much it's gonna run because you don't have any insight into the number of fails. But yeah, you're correct. If you're gonna play them, it's probably best to confirm them, which is generally anytime the market makers hedge flips. I haven't done any updated FTV percent in months. That ratio is still telegraphing useful data. The whole concept might be the best thing to come out of my DD around the FTD squeeze, to be honest. I mean, we still track them, but they haven't been excessive in the bull market. Mostly. There have been some stocks that still see some pretty high fail to volume ratios. While it's like good as a signal, it's not very good at telling you how much time until there's going to be any kind of like covering event or short vol is going to pull back. I think the options data is far more accurate in tracking that. Although there are a few things where it's really useful, where either fails are extremely high in quantity as a percent of float, or in some instances where there's no options chain. Because of the options chain, there's a lot of fucking shit that can go on, right? Where they feed the liquidity back and forth between the market maker and the participants. And they push the obligations of their fails off onto the MM by exercising the puts. Although that process does in fact cause runs. Goog vertical. Goog, goog, goog. Oh, neat. Nice bounce. Any news? Or just a bounce? Might just be the thing they're pumping. Still red on the day. No. I don't see any news for it. Oh, interesting with the no options chain. I didn't think of that. I need to find a new job. Because you're missing out on all the fun. How impactful would 50K in the money contracts be on price? Assuming it closes at 18. What, on Jimmy? I don't know. Why, did somebody buy 50K in the money calls? Or did they just sell 50K in the money calls? Crypto's getting boring. One of these days, Gaff. EPAM's pretty interesting. Hey, what's going to happen with FTX selling $16 billion of their holdings to satisfy the customer accounts that they obliterated? So from the SEC data, BNEF had a 1.64 million fails in April alone. Sounds interesting. More fails than there now float. That's very interesting. Although those failures are also going to reverse split, right? However, synthetic, and this is where ETFs and the options chain lend viability to these plays. They can have synthetic shorts that are in excess of the current float, and those don't split. So, let me think of how to put this in a way that people can understand. And this is what makes things like GoEV or Upstart compelling, right? Is that, going into the reverse split, say you're short 300,000 shares of, whatever the underlying is. And then the underlying, you're short 500,000 shares of the underlying. And let's just keep it simple and say it splits 2-to-1, right? So now you have one share for every two you had before. You're still short 300,000 shares in the ETF. This, however, will trim, right? So fails in the underlying will go to 250,000 because you now only need one share to satisfy a prior two fails. However, on the ETF side, you still have to satisfy the entire obligation. Because you don't actually owe the ETF a share, you owe them cash. So OpenAI's Alphabet shares move higher after Sam Altman says May 13 Chat GPT demo will not include search engine. Oh yeah, because that's super fucking important. I think they already sold enough to make everyone whole. Are you sure about that? I thought they just reached an agreement today. They're also guaranteeing people who had less than $50,000 in their accounts with FTX 118% return. So they're paying them interest on top of whatever their balance was at the time. What's up, Popcorn? Explain. Explain what? When is FTX supposed to liquidate this? I have no idea. How universe become to be? All matter and energy that we know squeezed into a tiny compressed space smaller than an atom and then rapidly expanded and exploded. And that created everything. But why not? Maybe it was plasma. God. That's a stupid answer. Are you talking about MOASS again? No. No. You make an interesting point. Popcorn. My Google call saved my port. Up $167 today. 15% gain. Lol. Well done. I'm glad to hear you're back in the game. The universe, the original gamma squeeze. Does SPX look primed for a reversal here or more chop? Probably more chop. I don't know. We'll see. Every time we bounce and fail, we're gonna get more of the out of the money call position falling off, which could inevitably lead to more stagnation because there's less charm to drive the price down. Still need to lose 52.10 for anything really fun to happen. But we could, especially as we get closer to expiration. All of those out of the money calls just bleeding delta. I should write a song about that. Keep bleeding. Delta. Mm. You know what, person for my DMs? You're right. I should humble brag more about my amazing GME price prediction from last night. Secret penis. In that case, it never leaves crypto, so it'll be interesting to see how much of that immediately hits the open market. You think those people that got ripped off super hard are just going to pile right back into crypto? Probably. Seemed appropriate loaf. Hmm. Well, thanks for sharing your fetishes with us. Is Google gonna dump now that it just after that little run? I don't know. 70's kind of supportive on it, so that's good for Google. You're greater than Roaring Kitty. I didn't like any tweets. I don't know what you're talking about. When it comes to Mt. Gox, this is likely since the creditors are largely in crypto, so they wouldn't have a reason to move to fiat. Their value is largely in BTC already. Same thing, Gav. BTC, same like dollar. Not even Google. Good luck missing out on your preferred voting rights, nerd. Google's had like weird arbitrage for the last few months. I don't know what the point of these is. So little spikes of bullishness. Hmm. Pump hard before the Fed speaker. Oh yeah, the Goolsby Kashkari Summit. I almost forgot. Thanks for reminding me. Should we watch it? Let me see if I can find a link. I can't find a link. Let's talk about how to make the best short ribs, Korean style. The Koreans make the best short ribs. Let's limit to non-Asian. Oh, okay. So we're just like the Fed now? We're just going to cut out the pertinent data? Yes. Economic Club of Minnesota luncheon. Man, these guys really don't nail the good engagements, huh? No, that's not it. They're selling tickets to it? Fuck that. I'm considering boiling them for 20 minutes and then adding mustard to the water. Probably some sort of red wine demi-glaze. A little bit of mirepoix. It's the American way. Hashtag ban TikTok now. I bite my friend's cat because we're best friends. Nice, Squamps. Good to see you. I'm glad you've recovered from your most recent bout with the berries. I missed it? What's up with Google? ChatGPT is not releasing a search engine with their next iteration. Probably because they realized all the answers were just the answers Google gave, because that's what ChatGPT does when you ask it a question. I'll probably just braise them. That's the way. You should use a Cote de Rhone or a Pinot Noir. Don't use a Zinfandel to braise short ribs. Happy Friday, Dead Rabbit. Yeah, I was planning on using a Pinot. Perfect. I've been really busy. Work is nuts. I miss you guys. We miss you too, Squamps. I'm still sort of taking notes from the stream. Excellent. I absolutely have, and it's marvelous. Braise the short ribs and lean. Use wee wee juice. Don't do that. Don't use wee wee juice. One of these days, I hope Beyond's more than $7.50. Tell me it's a good time to go in big on VIX calls. They're overpriced. Terrible idea. I can't even believe you'd come at me hard like that. No Miraplot. Can I use ketchup instead of tomato paste? Huh. I suppose you could. I mean, you shouldn't use tomato paste in anything, ever. It's a foul product. If you can't make a Miraplot, you shouldn't be cooking. Well, let's not be hasty to judge. Maybe they're making a sofrito. I added beef stew. Fuck off, pickle. Just like a can of Dinty Moore beef stew. And then some short ribs. Let's use carrots, onion, and celery. That seems to work okay. Yeah, it does. No, I mean the tomato paste in my beef stew. Wait, you're putting what beef stew? The best is eating Dinty Moore beef stew straight from the can, no heating. If I wanted to live that kind of life, I would have joined the military. Tomatoes reduced is always greater than tomato paste. I had beef paste to my tomato stew. Is a tomato stew just chili? Whoa now, take it easy. It's just like dog food. I mean, but for humans. Tomato chili is not tomato stew. What about vegan chili? I only said those words together to piss off Texans, but it was worth it. But Worcestershire sauce. My friend made sandwiches from the dollar store, a can of faux cheese, pickles, white bread, some kind of horrid, repulsive salami, and it was like eating Windex cut with Everclear. You should always cut your Windex before eating it. Or at least have a good chaser on hand. Yeah, you can rotten HE double hockey sticks. Military, 10 out of 10 would recommend, especially on the enlisted side. I need more people to yell at. Sounds like a you problem. I did take a look at Beyond FTDs a few minutes ago. Looks like there are next to no FTDs due next week. They're delayed. You think they said they were stuffed into ETS? How does that bode for the 13-day forced covering? Thank you. The 13-day forced covering pushes forward the FTDs, most of which you don't even have any insight over because the last SEC report ran through April 12th. So I don't really understand how useful your data is. Yes, also CNS. No one's forgot about CNS Gaff. I have a question about your class system. Ooh, yeah, what? Always willing to work on that. I'm an officer. I don't yell at anyone. No, more of the reserved, cold stare type. Nice. It's classier. That's how you move up. Do you have to go through each ETF to find if a stock is in it, or are there tools out there? There's tools. I think Fintel gives you a list of all the ETFs that own any specific stock for free. That should be up to date per the most recent filings. Okay, so I have a home in Houston. Let's say I buy a home for the summer in the mountains, and it comes with a guest house that can be rented out. That qualify even if they're on the same plot? Hmm. Why wouldn't you rent both out when you're not using them? If you do that, then yeah, 2 income properties. Otherwise, just half an income property. I don't want pores in my summer house. But you have them in your summer adjacent to your summer house. Gross. With 3 S's. Is Fubo a buy now? I mean, it's pretty cheap. At least historically. I work with a guy in the army. His eyes look like fried eggs. I don't know how else to describe it. It's called PTSD. It's very serious. Oh, let's see what they're saying to each other. Goolsby, the supply chain is mostly healed, but benefits of the increase in labor supply may last during 2024. I don't accept that we're stuck in the last mile of inflation. If housing inflation comes down, there will be an optimistic lane towards 2% inflation. Housing remains a significant inflation challenge. If the uptick in inflation means overheating, the Fed has to do whatever to get inflation to 2%. Ooh, look, they're saying overheating in sentences. Haha! Finally. Kashkari said, I'm in the wait and see mode about the future of monetary policy, and I'm cautious about how restrictive monetary policy is. Hint, not at all. Not even a little bit restrictive in the slightest. Baby steps. Yeah, they're getting there. Look at them solving the problems as they become blatantly obvious. Imagine if they dug just a little deeper a year ago. Speaking of PTSD, have you watched Baby Reindeer yet? No. What's that? I don't like Christmas specials. I've had properly boiled and seasoned crawfish. I don't like them. They're dirty little river lobsters. It's nasty. Christmas? Haha. About a stalker. Don't. It's terrible. Yeah, not Christmas. Well, why is it called Baby Reindeer? It's not a Christmas show? It sounds Christmassy. It's possibly entertaining, but your time is better spent watching Fallout. I don't know if I want to watch Fallout because the games suck, you know? And then this is like when your source material is garbage. It's tough, you know? If they do a fetch quest on the show, I'm going to bash my TV. And I don't want to do that. Fallout seemed like SPX above 5K. Bullshit. Exactly. Unsub, unlike, I'm thinking bad thoughts about you now. That's okay. Shogun, greater than Fallout. Shogun's based on a book that's excellent. Fallout, based on a series of games that have only gotten worse over time. Perhaps don't watch Fallout. I won't. Last of Us was good, though. So was the game. Shogun based on a show that was excellent, based on a book that was also excellent. Watch Shogun. I'll wait for like a couple seasons to come out. Because if I'm going to binge, I want to be able to go deep, you know? What I really like to do is wait till shows get canceled and then watch them. So like you guys are all hype on the show that came out. I'm hype on the shows that are being canceled. We're not the same. Any hot dates this weekend? No. I could. Like I've been in and out of some DMs, you know, but they seemed shallow, like a kiddie pool. Micro cheating. I'm not going out with anybody. Have you discussed how bad the Dune movies are? Have we discussed how bad the Dune books are? It kind of goes both ways. I like them, but they're bad. They're bad books. They're terrible literature. We can't be friends anymore. Listen, the guy got all hopped up on LSD and decided to write about Jesus in the desert. The ones written by the kid are awful. Here's the problem with Dune. Most people have only read the first book, which is decent. I could say waiting pool. I mean, kiddie pool is not even inaccurate. Both of them are in their early 20s, which is... yeah. I think I've figured out the perfect age for people to date. It's 24 to 26. 50? Leonardo. He's way older than me. But yeah, Leo might have figured it out. Why does everyone give Leo a hard time? It's not like he's a pedophile. He's fucking grown people. Grown adults. He just doesn't like their brains fully developed, you know? If I was a girl, I'd probably bang Leo. Win-win. My wife is 50. She knows what she wants. She wants me to mow the lawn and stop trying to grab her when she gets out of the shower. Yeah, but if you stop trying to grab her when she gets out of the shower, she won't feel appreciated anymore. So maybe just tone it down. Every dude in here wishes he could pull a hot 25-year-old. Hold on. You can. You're just married. Actually, that could work in your favor. If you own property or a home, you're in. Especially if you live in a high cost of living area. Money talks, and hot 25-year-olds tend to speak that language. Shocker. Yeah, the only downside is listening to a hot 25-year-old talk. Amen. No, not you, AJ. You'll forever be alone. I would never want anybody to live through that. You aren't speaking loud enough. Use more money. They'll shut up. I'm pretty cheap. I'm a gerontophile. 80 years old plus for me. You're going after that vintage wine, huh? Older the berry, the sweeter the juice. Yep, 25-year-old, 45% talks about Taylor Swift. Please shoot me. I like to use brown noise on Spotify to drown it out. I'm a bass player. Best I can hope for is cat and horrible posture. Squamps, you just add 2 more strings to your instrument. Boom, ladies' man. It's not every month. Popcorn. You got me with that one. I didn't say there was more juice. I just said that the juice extracted was more concentrated and sweeter, which was fitting, I think, both scientifically and metaphorically. Like prune juice, which isn't plum juice. Pickle Jar Discord is chock full of single young women. Yes. Yeah. We've rounded up all of the ones off the internet. I already have a six string bass. I'm entrenched. Have you tried playing the stand-up bass? Might be able to meet a jazz dancer. They're kooky. This isn't a Yeti mug. It's Hydro Flask. No, cello's smaller. Goes in between your legs. Girls dance with their butts. It's icky. Not jazz dancers. They dance with their arms. And it's confusing. It's all arms and calves. You'd like it. I thought they danced with jazz hands. No, jazz hands are for other things. So Nancy Pelosi plus Nvidia calls greater than Zendaya is the consensus. Hmm. I don't know who that is. Who's the second person? I'm gonna Google this. She's alright. She's no Nancy Pelosi. The actress from Dune. I only saw the first movie. Pretty mid. Yeah. Nancy Pelosi in her prime. Best pair in politics by far. I'm more interested in the portfolio. No ultra drop mega dumpies to 5,200. No, not yet. She looks like a young Mila Kunis ish from Fallout. I have no idea. What do interpretive dancers dance with? Their imaginations. And ribbons. Patrick Swayze's ghost. Like those inflatable car lot things. Yeah, wacky waving inflatable arm flailing tube men. Greg, I want to trade, but I hate this range. You're not alone. And Charm's just getting more negative. I don't see how Bulls are winning here. I'm just like way off in my interpretation. No, no. Gross. They're fighting back against the flood. End of day Charm gonna make this dump? Maybe. Or just like push it into flat. We have to break 5210 to get any move. Like real move to the downside. Can Beyonce Elite run 750, 775? I'd feel better about my June calls with an end of day pump. My June calls are up 1%, making that bank. Ooh, I should probably use this opportunity to pick up some of these. What do you think about those? I want to buy some though. Oh, did fucking GoEV do something? Why are the options priced up? It's above VWAP. Look at that. Holy shit, this is boring. I'm a 50-year-old woman. It's excruciating hearing people go on and on about their grandkids. Get a freaking hobby. Parents do that shit too, though, right? Like, all my friends that are parents now are just like, oh, my kid did this. I don't fucking care about your kid. Don't talk to me about him. By the way, went to John George 2 months ago. Good food, bit overpriced. If I make enough from beyond, I'm taking Yellen and Pelosi on dates. If I lose my money, taking them to Arby's with tomato paste. Nice. Yeah, Yellen would probably go to Arby's with you. She's got the meats. And I'm talking about the junk in her thick trunk. Yellen with the yams. It's been a while. I wanted to check on my quant mod application. It's under review. Splash her with your horseradish. Amazing. I don't want to hear about your kids unless they do something I can't. I don't care if they color in lines or talk. I just chucked away my lunch. Roast beef sandwich. Poor choice. Ham flour sandwich. Hmm. Ugh. A little bit more bearish there. Ooh. Fail. Got an hour and 12 minutes. You got a big position in GoEV? It's not crazy. Some leap calls. Some near dated calls also. But I mean, I think my total exposure is like 7 or 8 grand. My wife said she posted a video to YouTube, and now I'm concerned she may be a dude because women aren't in the internet. What do? Is it a try on haul? And link. Shoot me that link. Wait, didn't you post a picture of your wife's butt before? Was that someone else? No, I didn't. Okay. Yeah, let's get that link in here so we can all sub up. Show our support. Simo's wife heard that. Now he's in the doghouse. Thanks for the Mersk tip. Sure. It's been doing good. Even though earnings were kind of shitty, guidance was solid. Jim Simons died? Crazy? Yeah, I know. If it wasn't C-Mill, who was it? You're gonna be sad that I got stopped out of AMKBY a week or so ago. I picked up a little bit more. Around like 680 after I sold on the first run. It's somewhat undervalued, just a bit. Oh. I don't understand the point of this pump. I guess about 52.20 charms a little bit positive. Yeah. Was Dead Guy in Discord that pissed at his wife's butt? Oh, was it? Was it Dead Guy? That makes sense. Where's the MM want this? Kind of right where we're at, actually. Ooh. Nice. I forget who sent us pics of their wife when she played in the lingerie football league. Was that you, Toffloaf? Is there a likelihood Drake and Kendrick beef is going to be the next menu item at Beyond? Wait, does Beyond have restaurants? It definitely wasn't me. Oh, okay. Hmm. Simil hasn't spoken in chat again. I assume his wife did hear. And he's lingerie football is an example where you can try to combine two amazing things, and it doesn't work as well as those things separately. Like a straddle. Except straddles are amazing. I just bought $18 weeklies for GME. Can we get a power hour pump? Ew. Maybe. Actually. Possible. Your video just buffered. I think the geomagnetic storm is here. I can't wait to get my superpowers. Lingerie football would have been much better if women could throw, catch, run, kick, and tackle. I don't. How? So women on the internet aren't real? That's one of the rules of the internet. Have you read the laws? I can recite the old magic to you. Except Jen the librarian. Don't speak to me of the old magic. I was there when it was written. You have to put your wiener on the router to activate it. Possibly Jim's wife, too. Oh, yeah, I almost forgot about Jim's wife. Don't forget Regards Kiki. Definitely a woman. I've been over this before. She's not on the internet, she's on the blockchain. Kiki's an NFT? Yeah. Jim Simons? Dead. Okay, I found it. Her YouTube channel is Burt Stew. Let's all go subscribe. We're gonna make your wife famous. Wait, she was just in chat. Is it with a capital or a lowercase? There's two Burt Stews. Whew. You might want to edit that intro. Hello, I'm Brittany. You can call me Bert. I'm a wife and a mama. I enjoy singing and fing. You don't want to end any cut off sentence on the internet with the first half of the word finger. Just some influencer to influencer advice. I do realize it carries on to say finger knitting, which is far more innocent, but no one's gonna think that initially. Boom. Subscribe. I'm gonna ring the little bell too. Yeah, but it's FING is where the word cuts off. Her subscriber number is about to gamma squeeze. Yeah, it is. You meant from finfluencer to fingerfluencer? Exactly. Subbed. I'm just here for the Jesus songs. Did you buy more? 5200, 5210? Maybe. No OnlyFans link? She's still fresh to the internet. Give it time. Took me months to set mine up. TikTok's banned. It's illegal. Are you committing crimes, Gaff? You made her day despite the angry look she's giving me. Is he selling options? He's using TikTok to sell options. It's double illegal. Double illegal means legal. Oh, well, there you go. Now you found your way around. Is GoEV finna or nah? It's doing a little sussy bussy. Look at that. What's a triple bottom? Quadruple bottom? Oh shit. You can't be charged with the crime if it's double illegal, Gaff. That's called double jeopardy. There was a movie about it. Tommy Lee, exactly. Perfect. It just needs to run 100% in 5 trading days now. I'd prefer 2 or 300%. Husband and wife can't be charged with the same crime. What's that? Quadruple bottom? I can't hear you over the rushing sound of my port flowing into GoEV calls. Yeah, wait till number 5. Then you're really gonna feel it. I could trade my GME shares for an equivalent number of PBR or BNED shares right now. Wait, you would have way more BNED shares. You know what President Lula of Brazil gives me every quarter that Ryan Cohen never has? Money. Burn. Listening to you talk over Bert Stu Jesus songs is quite the experience. Ryan Cohen's true gift to you is this chat room? No. No one here likes Ryan Cohen. I got a few near the money lottos on either side of spot, so there will be no movement. Thanks for fucking it up for us, Dave. When is the PBR divvy? It was issued last week, and this will be my first one. Ooh. I'll tell you all about it. So this is what's gonna happen, right? On April or May 28th, you're gonna get 42 cents a share, right? Then on June 27th, you're gonna get 68 cents a share. $250 Gary V straddle for the win. Pricing's fucked up. I used to until he said buckle up. That's when I knew he thought we were all tards. It's weird that he wanted us to be strapped down before he fucked us all. You know? He doesn't look like the kind of guy that would be into that. But you never know, right? And you just don't know people. VIX bottoming out. It's not at 0. It's really, well, you know, it's just really disappointing when the dominatrix straps you down and then just takes your wallet and leaves. Right? Whose wife? What pictures? C-Mill created an AI wife and she has a YouTube channel. Oh, that's like $300. That's a free out of the money 0 DTE. What's that Buffett saying? YOLO degen while you sleep makes money? No. Oh, that's why you hate Cohen. Makes more sense now, right? Oh, all his dumb dog yaps at you. You're gonna have to figure it out, Sahib. My AI girlfriend greater than his AI wife. Hello, Vix. Trying to breathe. It's like it's like trying to come up for air, but it's caught in the riptide. You should have played the Power Hour song for that $18 Jimmy Call person. Now it's Noodles this weekend. What did it do? Fall off a cliff again? Oof. And it doesn't really matter as long as it doesn't lose 17. It could still bounce. Why is 5222 resistance strong? This is like like where the hedge is. So we're just sitting just above where delta's positive. They're trying to get charm to support the price action to the upside, which might work. Although there's not a lot of out of the money calls left anymore, so maybe it's not pushing down as hard as it was. It's still pushing down a little bit. Should have eaten some food today. Sell off under close would be cool. Yeah, I like that. Cena song for old time's sake? You know what? Just because Gaff's here and I want to make sure he's got his free lunch at Kava this week.
Hey, you little stock investor, you. Come on over here. I got something to show you. I think you might like it. Let me show you my secret scenes. Promise you won't tell a soul, cause it feels so good inside your whole market. Ain't free and fair. ETF creation, bona fide market maker makes my secret scene is hard.
About 310 is just the best time of the day. The secret Cena song has innuendo. I'd hope so. This doesn't even look that bad. Just don't go out here. That looks terrible. But that's alright. That's a little better. Oh no, charm's positive. Gross. I'm at work. Can anyone tell me what's happening with GME's run, or is it done? I think it peaked this morning. More 5200, 5210. Haha, I love it. It's somehow gonna print, isn't it? I don't know. Probably not. But they're super cheap. No problem, Mackenzie. Go to 11 million per share, or is that underselling it? Jamie? I mean, you only need one share for generational wealth. We already had that discussion. Can I sell Jamie $15 puts for next week without getting assigned? Probably not. I only have 0.2 shares DRS. I'm sorry to hear that. You need one share to fill your infinity pool. It's all I can afford. I know. I don't like spending money on shit either. Just think what I could do with my 55 million bucks. That'll probably be like 2.7 kava meals in the hyperinflated world of the future. I mean, that's all GME needs, right? Inflation to go up. Problem solved. The real MOASS was time. The real MOASS was transitory. Here's what I don't understand about GME. Imagine you bought a stock, right, at like $75, and it goes from $10 to $20. And then you act like you're some fucking Giga Chad investor, but you're still 80% down. Huh. Negative 80% is a win. I took my kids to buy their mom a Mother's Day present. They didn't really have games there, so they bought her socks and a blanket. Why the fuck would you buy your wife a Mother's Day present at GameStop? Simo, we need to talk. You know what you should have bought her? 3 days away from her children. That was for the kids, not for me. You're supposed to teach them. Doesn't your wife finger knit? Can't she just make her own blanket? I took her to Hilton Head Island for Mother's Day. Is that where your timeshare is? Do you have a timeshare in Hilton Head Island? You started this, so, you know, no complaining now. Not a timeshare rental property. Alright. Why don't you just live there instead of fucking Ohio? Spa package, Lululemon gift card, picnic in the park would have been better than a gift for a mom from GME for Mother's Day. Thank you, Jim Martin's wife. Possibly the second female on the internet. 10 words. Toe ring gang. My parents live in Ohio. When they die someday, I'll move down here probably. Do you think if you move down there now, they'll die sooner? Just keep walking, keep talking, taking steps, keep pushing through. You got this. I'm not sure if Indiana is real. I don't think it is. He probably doesn't want to get written out of the will. Oh, smart. Stay close by. I thought, why don't you guys just do what rich people do with their doddering old parents and just like wait until they're mentally incapacitated and then have them change it? Growing up, I had a close friend named Chris Mill. Now, whenever I see Chris M post next to C Mill, I'm convinced they're the same person. Interesting. How high are they buying calls? 30? 25 and 30. People are also selling calls there. It's just not working. Hmm. Interesting. But if we lose 20 again, it's all gone. Oh, I know what's wrong. Spa day with a scorching hot Latin aromatherapist named Raul. Nice. That's a good gift. I'm gonna tell them I adopted a child of Asian descent named WeBull so they can write birthday checks to my margin account for easy deposit when my parents get very old. That's amazing. What was the lowest we've seen VIX recently? Um, hmm. That's a good question. It was like, didn't it get down to like under 12 back in December? I don't remember. I think it did. Like 1180 something. I think I went too far. You mean gave away too much information? VIX hit 1181 in December. That's what I thought, yeah. Beyond needs to keep doing the green candle thing it's doing. Oh, nice. Yeah, that'd be neat. Some volume on the bottom there. What's driving this pump? Short calls closing. Good luck to all of us getting migrated from TDA to Schwab this weekend. I, for one, won't have any weekend position open, just in case. That sounds like a fuck up waiting to happen. Why can't bears pump too? Well, they kind of. I mean, if short calls are closing, they kind of are, right? I don't like that Delta's positive here. Although it would be cool if we snap up, test 50, and then sell off. Hmm. I'll also just take a failure here. That'd be cool too. My paper account got reset. Nothing else happened that I noticed. That's not too bad. Why can't bears flump true? I don't know, man. Make sure all your cash is actually settled. If you're migrating, it was an issue. Huh. Schwab's platform is going to be the same as TD Ameritrade soon. I hate TOS. I hate TD Ameritrade. I have Schwab. They're fine. That's on Tesla not being a car company and being an AI robotics company. Does this mean that with a single tweet, Tesla is now the most in debt AI company? Always winning that Musk. He's showing everybody the future of AI profitability. Am I a time traveler? TDA was shut months ago. They've been migrating them in blocks over time. Here comes the dump. Where? Why you lie to me? That's not nearly a big enough red candle. Fucking everything's just trading flat. There we go. That's a red candle. Can you explain why the term shill is used by SS for anyone negative the stock? Perhaps I'm riddled in inefficient definitions, but isn't shill supposed to be in favor of something? That's correct. Let's not make the assumption that they're above the peak of the bell curve over there, you know? He should ship one of those robots over to Japan for modification. Can't hurt. Well, I guess that depends on the mods. I think his intention is to modify them himself. They saw someone else say it, so they say it. That sounds about right. Can we assume Supersonic is the lower quartile? One could. Hmm. Oh, poop. 1 second. you draw a down arrow next to SPX, what would that do? Could you draw a charcoal sketch of J-Pow eating a burrito? I want to go all in on Intel. I would like to make some end of day cashola. Where does the MM want this bad boy? 5220. Remember SST? Might be the wrong ticker. Yeah, the one with the one with the warrants. I think that was SST. What about it? Just remembering everything I've lost money on. I've been picking up BKKT warrants. All right. How's that going? The one that destroyed the PM Traders Discord? That's the one. This gonna fail or just keep edging? I think they're just gonna keep trying to edge it until they can get like a bounce. If we lose 5220, we can move down again. So far, it's not happening. Also, fucking Dork disappeared. Oh yeah, that's right, it's his fucking birthday. We need to have like a birthday party for Dork. We'll do it Sunday. Don't tell him. This isn't edging, it's full on gooning. How old is Dirk turning? I don't know, like 17? Happy Sweet 16, Dirk. I check it every few hours. I'm just like, yep, the market's still just horrible to trade. It's not great. Delta's still like a little positive here. I don't know. Maybe I'll do some condors or something. Butterflies. Ooh. Hmm. Hmm. It's not worth it. $343. Is Turing Gang picking up these 5220p's? Maybe. What's that sold for? 452, 22 cents, dollar 8 cents. Oops, sorry. Um, what the fuck? Oh wow, nailed it. I'll never get that kind of premium again. Have you seen any supportive bullish positioning coming in for Monday? Are the bulls in trouble? I haven't seen a lot of supportive positioning coming in for Monday. They could be. Are they gonna tank beyond into the close? They? I don't know, maybe. Probably just matching IWM, right? Doesn't look like there's a whole lot going on beyond right now. At least end of day here. What the fuck is there? It is. Yeah, it still looks pretty weak. Underview up. We got a straddle. Nice. It is Dirk's Quinceanera. Will this week's GME action generate any other T plus 2 or T5 action next week? We could see something maybe Monday or Tuesday if it doesn't fall back below 1558. No, I don't think we're going to get Black Monday. I think Bulls will try to hold it here or push a little higher into CPI, PPI next week. What happened to Google a couple of hours ago? Chat GPT announced that they won't be including a search function in their next iteration. Like a search engine. I only got filled on one of these, but looking good. Woo, Gemini Rising. Stop that. There we go. It's too expensive. Ooh. Yes. No, they canceled it. Haha. I know. Oh, okay. Because why not? Exactly. That's okay. We still have 5 minutes. I didn't realize you'd switch to ES. I thought we jumped $25. Is this peenish? I don't know. There's not a lot of calls at 25. And maybe for Monday. Hmm. Let's see what happens. I'm still at $30 next week. Might get some action on T2. We'll see. Greatest strategy of the year so far, the VIX. It's got to be up there. 25, the new 20. I think they're buying calls out on Monday's expiry. They're probably buying a bunch of 25s. I can double check. There's some short puts in this strike, so that if they close them, it could dump though. Hmm. Ooh, futures got some sell volume there. Nice. Yeah, right into my butterfly. Sugar, baby. Magic. Ding ding. What an awesome close. Right, hold on. Right in the sweet spot. $46 profits. Wait, hold on a second. Yeah, I got 40%. Yeah. Excellent. Might be a little higher than 40%. Not the full deal, but pretty good. All right. Let's look at the end of day. $15 of expiries are no fun anymore. Why? You could have bought the 25 for $1 and sold it for $1.20. Or you could have bought the 25 put and you would have made fucking $3 at the end of the day. Last second 25p favor for dumb lottos. Nice. So yeah, we closed like right in the median range there for what the market maker was pricing in. Up 17 points for the day. Um, Not a very impressive close, and still below that supportive level at 25, where I think we really wanted to be. We rejected right off of the two standard deviation first thing this morning. Fell down, but managed to hold 52.10. So charm turned a little positive into the end of the day and gave us a lift above 52.20. ES, however, has rejected now on the 15-minute off of the retest of the trend, which I told us earlier to expect that retest, right? And then a rejection from there now has room to falter. I do think bulls will try to stabilize this at least until PPI on Tuesday. So Monday's probably going to be pretty boring too, unless something happens over the weekend that dramatically changes like dollar value or something like that. We do have some short-term lending facility stuff out of China. I guess if they claw back rates, we could see the yuan drop against the dollar, which could drive the dollar back up into that like 106 range. It is expected that they'll cut rates, but they tend to be kind of flighty with their, like, the PBOC is not very reliable with their projected decisions. So we'll see. We'll see what they do. What does this close for GME options chain mean? We could talk about that for a second. It's not great. It's not that bad. Most of the call interest today was at like 17, but a lot of that's going to be falling off, along with I think a pretty decent amount of charm. Let me check how much that is, because that's not exactly bullish. Uh, Charm was still pretty negative. Yeah, maybe this close won't have that much of an impact. I think Jamie could still run a little bit next Monday, Tuesday. Like it's got a tiny bit of room to bounce like one more time, maybe, to the upside. Short puts are still pulling back, and I'll get more data on that tonight, and I'll put it in the GME chat on Sunday, or we'll talk about it on the Sunday stream. They were 55 cents. It's a pretty good deal. 55 cents to $3 isn't bad. Or two, I guess like 250. But yeah, I would say that maybe one more top isn't unreasonable here. Like I don't know if we'll get the same $20.18 test, but we might get like 1950, 1980 again before the rest of the short puts are closed out. Today's expiry is going to see a ton of options move off of the chain though, so things are going to shift around a bunch, and I'm going to have to wait for more data to really clue everybody in on what's going to happen there. Upstart looks pretty good for T2. I'm going to go over this shit on the weekend. I'm not going to cover it now. Anyway, yeah, ES failed the test, might continue to fail. Support at 52.30, 350. If 52.30, 350 fails, there's a very good chance that we see a move back to 5200. This is not a bullish breakout of the trend, right? Like and this is even less indicative of continued upside. So yeah, we could see a move back to 5200, which is about 5180 SPX, a little bit below. Commodities up 20 points today, pushing ahead, probably an expectation that China is going to cut rates Sunday. Yields up a little bit across the board. 10-year back to 4.5. Dollar up about 10 points on the day. Looks like it got most of its gains against the euro, the yuan, and the yen. BTC down 3.6%. Gold is surging again, and that's something we should keep an eye on as far as risk on, risk off type behavior goes. Gold surging into a rising market, it's a very bad sign. So this was a big leading indicator for our last major correction. it could be again. So keep an eye on that. Keep an eye on commodities. Keep an eye on oil. Oil did pull back a little bit today, but it's been a bit touchy. And if it gets back above 80, that could be a driver of volatility. Correlation on the 3-month turned around today, so a little bit of breakdown in the longer term dispersion trade. However, the 1 month, they're still leaning into. Our synth swap on USD yen kind of moved up a bit. Leverage moved a tad bit higher, but not very much. Forward yield on volatility looks like it's maybe starting to bottom out and turn around, and the yield curve is starting to tighten up again. This could be a precursor to us seeing financial conditions tighten again and put some squeeze on that leverage. Now remember, we're post haircuts that occurred a couple of weeks ago, so a lot of that leverage is already a little bit limited, and if it tightens up again, it may not be as supportive as it was last time. So we may see short vol actually have to pull back positioning instead of versus what they did last time, which was just sell more short vol, right? Obviously that seems like it's a really stupid solution to short vol getting squeezed, but it's worked out for them a couple times now. This time it could end up being a little bit more restrictive. Move isn't updated yet. Skew pulled back a little bit, so we are seeing a little bit of the tail risk hedging fall off. Now, largely, I think this is part of crossing 5,200, and CTA is starting to feel like they need that we have support here. We do, but it may not last, right? The support we have is definitely not enough to hedge against hot CPI or hot PPI next week. If inflation expectations rise again, it's gonna be pretty bearish, especially since the bond market's been largely in disagreement with the equity market since we bounced. 73.7% of the S&P over its 20-day moving average, and correlation between short vol or VIX and cash VIX fell again today, becoming once again more positively correlated. We're at negative 36% yesterday, or rose, I guess. Correlation increased between the two. We're now at negative 33.7%, 0.07%. So that's turning around a little bit over the last 2 days. And we may, as we move into VIX expiration, we may start to see that correlation move even more positive. We're still a month out from the quarterly, but which will be in June. But this was a very, very hard push into negative correlation, and I wouldn't be surprised if it reverted just as quickly. Lastly, we're pricing in, after Michigan consumer expectation and the hotter inflation expectations, today we're now pricing in 32 points of rate cuts for the rest of 2024, moving down from that kind of halfway mark between 2 rate cuts and 1 rate cut, towards one rate cut. And the bond market obviously, felt the pinch there with that move in expectations. What the fuck is that? As far as the technicals go, we still don't have a full reversal. We're still looking at that prior high from back in March at 52.64. Today's kind of doji could be a reversal signal and a move back to retest right here, which is kind of the median of our trading range over the last 3 months at 51.89. If we fail, we can pretty quickly slip back below the 200 MA and the 30 EMA. Something to note here is on the monthly, we're still very much inside the trading range from April, right? Which means that we don't really have a bullish bias yet. we would need to form a higher high for that. And this could easily underperform into the back half of the month, which is a little bit more obvious out here on the weekly, as this, failed to regain that prior high or even test it. This is kind of a weak breakout. And next week's breakout, like next week could be a failure of the trend. And if it is, that would be, a reversal signal on a break of 5111. Sell in May, walk away. That's a possibility. Yeah, that we see some of that, and we are seeing that sentiment echoed in the options chain as fewer and fewer calls and puts are being opened up towards the backside of summer. So like September OPEX is quite weak right now. June's not very strong either. We're not seeing a ton of positioning further out. Most of the bullish positioning still very short dated, and a lot of it falling off today. And I'm sure they'll keep zero DTs coming in into Monday, but the positioning isn't durable. So yeah, next week could be pretty exciting. We got a lot of data coming in. I will see you guys Sunday at 12:30 p.m. Eastern time for the member stream. Thank you all so much for tuning in. I hope you guys have a great weekend, and the rest of you, I will see you Monday morning. Later, guys.